I like to, if I don't see anything for a while, I like to just restart the game and we'll just be Sir. But yeah, so there's Uncharted Ocean, there was Sagres. Sagres' battles were the worst part of the game. Like I said, the trading wasn't very fancy. It was very much an adventure-focused game, but the battle was just incredibly disappointing because it was just paper, rock, scissors. It literally was. You just saved before you did it, and then if it didn't turn out right. I'd say it's not just that. Like, it was a card game, paper, rock, scissors, with some stuff that was added in, but it was very elementary and not interesting to do. What else have I played that's like this? That was a China game. I can't remember what it's called now. I know Vesper Video played it a bit, though, with me. I can't remember the name of it. It felt a little bit hollow. They worked on some stuff to make it better after a while, but it's still just, I don't know, it didn't feel like this. It felt like an exploration sailing game, but I like this like kingdom interaction stuff, and that didn't really exist there. Like, you could build guilds and ports, and then you could develop up the ports, and you could make money that way. In fact, that was a very important way of making money. But it was basically a business simulator in that sense. I got the furthest in it actually buying the DLC and playing the very hard character, female character who started out in Iceland. And basically, you created your trading empire out of Iceland and were like at war with the Hanseatic League, for a lot of the game. Didn't really start out in Iceland. She kind of got booted there, but I got pretty far in the game, and then I just got tired of it. Like, the general gameplay loop was pretty boring. And they kept throwing me into, like, insanely difficult battle situations with no warning, which I didn't like. I think that the people who wrote that didn't have a very good flow with it. Uncharted Waters Online was like that, though, too, in the storyline stuff. Like, they would warn you a little bit that a battle is coming up in the next thing, so maybe not, be unprepared, but the battle difficulty... I keep getting low bonus rolls, man. The battle difficulty was all over the place. And some of them were obviously meant to be done in fleets and not solo. Although there are ways to cheese that, too. This might be good enough. We might actually get to play the game. Oh. Yeah, I think we're good. There we go. Wisdom seems to go up the least when you level, so we'll give it a little slight boost. And start. I think I needed to dump the extra water. Remodel, guns. By used ship. Latin. Sure. I don't think it matters which one I get there. Sometimes I like to get the Redonda. because I think it matters. I don't think it does. I don't think there's any real difference in the speeds at this point. I might be wrong. I would like to play Uncharted Waters 3 or 4, but as far as I know, there's no English translation out there. So, not much I can do about that. I don't think I want to try to play a game with Google Translate going or something. Oh. We'll keep the extra 5 this time. Even though I don't think it matters that much. Yeah, I've seen people do it. I just don't think I want to. And I'm not actually just speaking, you know, out of complete ignorance with that. I've tried doing that with games before. It gives me a bit of a headache. I tried it with Magic of Scheherazade with the Japanese version of that. I got through the first chapter, but like I said, it was a bit painful. I'd be tempted to go back and play that game and do the routing that somebody made, but I'm not that interested in doing it, I guess. No, we're gonna do it this way. I probably should have tried to maybe not buy everything. Or try to maintain the amount to get a little extra cargo. I keep hitting the wrong button because I'm used to the Genesis version. We got Nicholas. Now we get a new ship. Then we're gonna throw Nicholas. Okay. I don't know anything about that game. Like, I know Rayman exists, but I don't know if there's anything specific about it on that system or anything. Okay. We're gonna go a little bit short here because I want to make sure that I can do the next part correctly. I got plenty of water now. Yeah, I didn't need to do that much. Oh well. You move so fast up here, I gotta be careful. This song, man. You can, when you hear the opening song, you really get the feel for how that particular song is part of it. The opening that's only on the NES and the DOS version, or SNES and DOS version, not the NES. This is the NES version, and it's not on here. So we're just gonna wait for 10 days here to get a little extra sailing experience. And this, what I mean, as far as like experience farming, this is as much as we do. We're gonna try going back now. Yeah, I've done a few more modern games, just not something I usually want to do. I don't play a lot of newer games. This is a little bit slow. I mean, a little bit slow. I mean, like, slower than I would like. Of course, it's slow. Here we go. We'll save the rest for food and water. I don't know what the... I mean, the newest game I've speedrun that's come out would be Splintered. Excuse me. And that came out last year. I mean, the official release was actually... Or this year, excuse me. official release was about a month ago, but it's more like a retro-based game. I don't really have the interest in doing a lot of, like, pure PC-style speedruns because I've never been very good at the keyboarding aspect of them. There's one thing, it's not really a thing, but some people try to make it a thing where there's this big, like, riff in speedrunning on the NES and older consoles that keyboard should be banned because keyboard is cheating because keyboard is always faster. I don't think that's always true. Or I don't think that's explicitly true. Probably a better way of putting that. Probably could have sold the stuff here because I don't think I'm going to make much of a dent in the market. It still went up a little bit. I never moved our guy off of the main ship, so we'll have to do that now. I guess there's no real reason to do that early. If we're gonna buy Carrick, it's just gonna drain most of my money, but sell the A. Peak. 1 mast, 4-point sails. No. I'll get my discount. Okay, and we'll call this the LLL. LLL. We will restock. There should be plenty. I'll buy whatever we can. We might not be able to max out, but I think it's fine. Yeah, we'll buy sugar. If I'm going to a place other than Bordeaux, grapes is a good idea. Yeah, I already rearranged the people. We'll just go to Bordeaux and back, and then we'll be able to get more stuff. I don't know. Koei games tend to work a little funky on the NES in general, but I think some of it was due to the fact they were trying to code on multiple systems with this game, and that alone was a bit of a problem. I mean, this was like I think the game was initially released a couple years before the NES came out, or maybe a year before on DOS. But then there were still a lot of problems getting games to work like that, so I don't know. Well, that's not much of an answer, but that's what feels like the proper way to address it. So we're going to come back with 2 more carrots and hopefully enough purchasing power to invest in the port and still bring back plenty of money. And then we'll probably go to London to get the amulet. Well, you know what? I don't really need to do that yet, do I? Hmm. We're just checking to see if Jose's there. There's some different things I can do. I have a little bit of flexibility, but he's not, so we can't. My ships are screaming at me. Oh, you know what? I sold all of my food and water. Not even thinking about it. I think that's enough. Oh yeah, I played Super Mario RPG, the Super Nintendo original. I saw there was a remake. You know, most remakes just don't interest me, but also, excuse me, anything Nintendo makes nowadays, I'm just like, I don't care. Nintendo is kind of dead to me. So we're going on 32. I'm not really interested in it. It's something I've thought about, you know, getting into, like, RPGs like that, speedrunning, but I don't know. They tend to be extremely tightly routed and involve a pretty high understanding of the game. Like, they're hard ones to kind of walk into, learn a route, and do. Now, Super Mario RPG is a little bit different than others because there's the timed hits and defends and stuff, which I would have to get a lot better at. That is something I would have to practice because it's not something I was good at contemporarily at all. And probably would not be able to just do with any sort of success, you know, kind of just walking into it. There we go. 2 full boats worth of porcelain. We did invest in antique Bordeaux. I'll mark that. I think I did speedrun Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I actually had I was doing a Super Nintendo run to 22. And that was one of the games that was an option. We had like a poll thing, and it wound up tied, which I didn't really like that it was tied. So I broke the tie and picked Mystic Quest. I forget who it was tied with anymore. It might have been Final Fantasy VI. I think Final Fantasy VI would have won, but I specified I was going to do the full game run, not the Kefka at Narsh. I think if I had done Kefka at Narsh, just the partial run, it would have won because there's some people who really like that would have pushed it through. What? I was looking at the top, and I put in, let's do it like this. So 25 will be 100%. I don't think I even need that much. I heard of the market all jacked up in Lisbon. It's a funny place to have it jacked up in. There we go. So one more time. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I do need to double check. There's something I gotta remember. I can't rely. Okay, I did go through. I gotta be careful relying on the market rate to be accurate and telling me that I control a port, because it's often not. So we're coming through for Miguel and Conrad specifically. We're going to max up on artwork. I'm going to buy a couple of Bergantins because to get them to be able to sail ships. So Miguel is always here, and I think Conrad is always in Genoa? I've never seen him anywhere else. It wouldn't surprise me if he can move around. And we're going to skip Marseille. Yeah. It's a little different, though, in that the routings are kind of loose. Koei games tend to be that way. I'm gonna have to find a couple of ports here before we land. Yeah, I'm gonna need 100 boost, and I'm gonna need the 30 from the 3 ports. 610, 710, 810. That should do it. I wonder. I wonder how busy Spain is in, like what it would actually look like. So we're gonna purposely waste time here to get to 10 days of sailing. Because every 10 days of sailing you get a bonus set of experience, and it accelerates, but we're obviously not going to waste that much time. But this should get me a level. So I should get 200 experience, and the level's at 800. There we go. And we need that level to be able to recruit Conrad, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Do it like that. There we go. Now we can demolish the market. We didn't quite demolish the market, but I kind of... Let's see, no, I just saw it all. It's barely, yeah. Alright, so we're going to sail to Genoa, then we're going to come back to Pisa, because we'll sell what we have in Genoa. We'll go to Pisa, Naples, Pisa, and we're probably done then. Maybe. Alright, we got Conrad. No! Thank you. Actually, let's just load up this one. Probably, right? Yeah, it looks like I should have done it a little differently. It's okay. We're gonna make a lot of money off of wool here. Sort of. Maybe. A little bit. I don't know. We'll get our 2 Bergantins. We're gonna fill with food, one water. As we sail around and not worry about things. And hopefully we sail back after this. I might have to do one more bounce, I'm not sure. Okay, now let's get ships. Bergantin. The BB. And the II. There we go. We picked random, slightly random letter combinations. We should have a quest from the king by now. We still ended up 1 short. By wool. By wool. By wool. And we will sell. And then buy more wool. I don't think we're gonna make a whole lot of money off of that one, but oh, you know what? No, actually, we want to sell one more time. That's how this works. We have artwork at max price. The Naples market has been completely obliterated. Probably the one and only time we buy goods for the Bergantins. you do this? That's not gonna change much, but I didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but it'll be fine. Oh, that's the reason why. Okay, and then we take this. Yanking the art price down because it's way too high. There we go. Now it's a more respectable price. All right, that's plenty. We're just sailing to Naples here. Now we're gonna go back to the king and hopefully get a quest. Hopefully we get a quest by now. It's definitely been long enough. We do have the right mates and the right ships. Sometimes this gets confusing if I have like Jose in the mix, but since we didn't get him, I didn't have to worry about it. The Bergantins have Conrad and Miguel, who are the two worst sailors. So when we get Aljuna, we'll probably throw Miguel on one of the Carracks. Leave Conrad on the Bergantins, because he's the worst sailor, and it's kind of like markedly worse. Marco and Miguel aren't too different, but Marco will have a sailing level advantage, so... Aljuna will be the best at some point of the team we're going to have, but he won't be right away, so we'll leave him on the Bergantins till we come back to America. Or Europe or whatever, probably. Move. There you go. Thanks, game. There we go, sir. He needs some wool. That's the one I would have... Well, it didn't really matter which one he was going for, but wool works. Actually, let me do this first. I could do this on the way back, but I actually want to not have a whole load of money going in. Because I'll probably buy my firearms in London alongside the wool. There we go. And then it'll be our normal Asia loop for the most part. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the fancy stuff I was talking about. We'll just get Algina when we normally get him. Come back from the east. And by normal, I don't really mean normal. Let's do this. I shouldn't need the saber, but I don't know. For some reason I wanted to buy it. Let's sell all of it. You know what, though? Let's actually invest in here now, too. Nah, we don't need to do that. Let's not waste time. Oh, that give me cheaper firearms. Is that what I'm here to do? I'm just going to put wool in both of the bottom ships, because I don't remember. It was 20-something. But we'll have a little bit more. That's fine. Actually, we're gonna do this. I have way too much money. So we're going to seed London. So that I don't have so much money. Because I don't need this many firearms. That was, or this much artwork. I ended up overdoing it a little bit. buy like this, and then we'll see how much is left. Okay, so we'll invest this. No, we'll just finish this off in Lisbon. Because we can chuck any extra money into there. So we didn't actually take London, although I probably will in the next big investment because I broke up the economic investment in the two. When I say seed, that money, since it doesn't turn to me, that money goes into the port, and then it'll be worth more when I do take it. So, London will be worth... I mean, it's already like 426 is what my numbers say, so add 240 to that. So it'll be like 666. Double port. Good job. Good job, King. If you're gonna discount, man, why would you not? I need to waste more money. You have a place to put the money here. So we don't want to carry artwork around going to Asia. It doesn't do anything for us there. The Africans don't care a whole lot about art, and at least not that type of art. That's something that I thought about with I've mentioned before the idea of possibly doing some sort of Age of Exploration game, trying to develop one. That there'd be like something like a culture stat. Like if you bring finest of arts to a place that doesn't have that appreciation for it, it's pointless. But they would appreciate like lower forms of art that people might find kind of a novelty, you know, like you bring back African works of art to Europe at this time, and it's a bit of a novelty, and it's a niche, but it wouldn't sell as well. Okay, here we go. I got my figureheads, we got our angel amulet. I finished my drink. Well, I'll have opportunities to take a break. There's the port of Verde. I look to nobody in particular when I say that. I'm just gonna look to the camera, you know, be like, hey guys, I'm talking to you. There's Port of Argin. I'll save it here too. I mean, we could do what we're doing right now and just go to Argin and come back, then I'd lose out on all this wonderful fame. Argin has gold at the start of the game. I think San Jorge does too, gold and ivory. Just the strange thing about ivory, it's in like 2 ports, and one of them has gold, which is a better trade good. There is San Jorge, or Saint George, San George. Pace, the game is back. Hey, JKL. It's the game where I have a sub 2 hour sum of best. It's less than half of my actual time. Hope you're doing well. I missed the marbles last night, but I peeked in. Let's see, we got Mylan Secret Castle, which is... it's one of those games that's more popular than it should be for the quality of game it is, but people appreciate like the niche sort of thing to it. Like it's got kind of that goofy niche quality that people like. I assume that you'll end up liking the game. Okay, yeah, we're plenty good on food and water. I didn't think we'd have trouble with it, but we're not sailing super fast because, again, we have pretty raw sailors. Who is this? It's our friend Ali. Through any percent is impossible. Impossible difficult, or it just relies on stuff that never happens. Yeah, we'll save it here too. There is Cape Town. So now we just gotta sail around to... Actually thought I was gonna get blown right more than that. Yeah. I played it a little bit. It was a game request for me at some point on one of those like casual pick a game for me to play days. It's actually going to be pretty important for me to land at some point soon because, again, I have some sailors who don't have very good sailing levels, and I think it's handicapping me. But once they land, they'll get all that experience. Except that's Safala, and we're not going to land in Safala. Maybe we got 2 screens to go. Yeah, it's a hard one for me to think about playing watching it because the floaty jumping and stuff just feels like it's something I would never want to do. Okay, so do we need to even do this? Nah, we'll worry about that later. So we need to invest to take the port, which should be at like 46. Well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Solar Jetman, having tried it many times. Which is strange, because there's some games like that that I don't mind. I don't mind, like, pure fiction jumpers where you're doing stuff that's physically impossible. Like stopping and changing direction midair. Yeah, I grew up with it. I just didn't have the patience for it. Didn't end up doing too much with it. Okay, we got the port. Now we start the process of transforming all of our firearms into... oops, oh, that'll be fine. Into gold. You get a 10% discount, so this first one will be worth $4.13. It's going to be a lot cheaper in a minute, though. Alright, this would be 60. That was still too much. Still too much. Understanding trading in Uncharted Waters is just being able to do very quick math. Or just have a fairly good guess. You don't have to be this precise. Hey, Crit Rocket, thank you for the good luck. We're gonna need it. So this is probably 70? Yeah, that's fine. We have to exit all the way out so that it affects the market appropriately. That was actually a little too low, but it's fine. We gotta get the gold price to the absolute minimum. And we do that by selling 10,000k worth of stuff at a time. I think we're at the minimum now. Let me see. Yes, that is the minimum. I accidentally spent one too many gold on it, but that's okay. We're not going to worry about that. It won't actually let me sell them all. That's funny. It's still so much money we're jostling about. 2, 3, 2, which is a 10% discount. Burger is on your way there. You know what, we're gonna do it this order. I'll sell this stuff first. There we go. It doesn't change much. It might give me one more piece of gold. Spicy yogurt. That does sound unique. Alright, so we have loaded up on our African gold. We'll get some American gold later. The American gold's a little bit cheaper, but it's not that much cheaper. This gold is pretty good. It's just, I can't bring the purchasing power here that I can to the Caribbean. And when we go to the Caribbean, we'll have our endgame ships. There's Mombasa. We're not gonna land there. We're not gonna land in most ports, but we should have some more sailing levels now. Look at that, level 7, much better. I think I gotta go one more screen right, though. So we're going to, we'll sail past Aden and Mecca, but we're gonna land in Baghdad. Because it's worth a lot of fame. Mecca's not too bad, but we might not be able to get into Baghdad, which is the problem. Sometimes Turkey and Portugal are at war, and if that's the case, we will not be able to get in. Wait, is that actually Portuguese? No, those are pirates. Pirates are usually somewhat nice to you early in the game, but not for super long. After about a year, they'll start attacking you. Yeah, so that was Aden, which I think is in Aden. It's in Yemen. There's Mecca. And we're going to land in Calicut. That's our next place, but we're going to land in Baghdad and then Calicut. I like to save it when I'm near land every once in a while, just in case. I don't think storms can pop up here, but, you know, pirate issues and stuff, there's some things you can do to cheese the game to get around them, if it comes down to it. I think I gotta go one more screen to the right here, too. Yep. Using the maps, like, I'll hit, like, exact lines to save me a little bit of time. Like, I don't have to rearrange my steering because of the way I did this. This stuff's mostly unnecessary. And that is the port of Hormuz. We just saw Muscat. We'll save it here. Which might seem like a weird place to save it, but... if we can't get into Baghdad, I have no money on me, so we can't bribe the guards, and if I have to... So I'd have to load the save, and I might as well load it back there. Although I guess I would still want to find the port, so maybe not. Yeah, if we're gonna save it, we'll save it, like, right at the edge of the screen here. And we did not get in. And I hit the wrong button. Come on. There we go. I think I got enough days to sail to get to Calicut, but it's going to be pretty tight. If I land in Goa, I'm going to take Goa too, because it's not like it's a terrible port or anything. It's one of the advantages about doing Asia later is that usually Turkey isn't blocking you from getting in. I mean, it's not always the case. It seems to be semi-random how it determines that, but my experiences seem to get through a lot easier. Yeah, we'll be able to make it. There's Goa. That port we saw before was Due, which is just another Arabian port. Okay, we're just gonna wait until... Fun. There we go. That's gonna get us a lot of extra sailing experience. Not that we're gonna need like that very specific amount too much, but and we're just gonna take the port. I'm not gonna do shenanigans. I thought about doing some shenanigans. When it's right about the end of the month, you can like all but take a port and then wait till the next month for the development to kick through, and then take it. I'll be doing that sort of thing in a little bit, but it's less interesting to do in a port that I'm never gonna have a chance to take back. Like I'm never coming back to Calicut after this. There's no reason to. Let's go here, get our good buddy Aljuna. Hey, buddy. One of the best sailors in the game. He's pretty much the top 5 in no matter what grouping you do. We're gonna sell the gold again. We'll just buy a ship full of pepper. You can't discount it when it's that cheap. So we're gonna switch some of our sailors around now. Nicholas is out. Aljuna is in, and we'll put him on one of the smaller ships. Oh, and I better save it too. So this means all the sailing experience we're getting from finding these ports is going to go to Aljuna, who's sailing level 1 right now. He is slowing me down just a little. So we saw Cochin, there is Ceylon, I think is the name of the island, but they do that a lot in this game. Game's thinking. Alright, and now we sail to Malacca, then to Da Nang and Macau. Macau is where we're going to stop and get some stuff. Get all of our best items. All of the there's 3 item slots in the game that are upgradable. 3. I'm trying to do 3 with 4 fingers. I can't like to do that though. Something over time. My thumb has lost a little bit of elasticity. Doesn't like to reach over to my pinky. Um, maybe it's just because I don't stretch my hands enough. I don't know. So there's Danong. There's the island whose name I never remember. But yeah, the 3 item slots, there's icons, which have something to do with cannon damage. There are swords, which have to do with melee damage. Like, we're just gonna wait another day. Get an extra 100 experience. I'm pretty sure this doesn't matter. Yeah, because we're not dealing in hundreds anymore. We're dealing in thousands for most of the people. But whatever. Buy the Chinese sword, buy the dragon icon, buy the shining amulet. There we go. And we'll take this even though it's not a very high priority port. It's not terrible. And we're here anyway. So that's literally my my reasoning. We're here. It's fine. Let's do it. And gold doesn't sell tremendously well here, but that's okay. It still sells well. Pearls, we want to take 10% discount on, so that would be... How much pearl will ye purchase? And now we're just going to sail to Nagasaki. We're going to stop by... We're going to see Zeiton and wave at it. Do we want to stop there too? I think the answer to that is no. Oops. And Nagasaki isn't really worth a whole lot to land in, but this lets me get my sailing levels up, and that's the main reason for doing it. Nagasaki is actually a terrible port. It's like the one game that these guys made where they actually made Japan kind of uninteresting. Half the time they make Japan into some sort of magical wonderland. Which in this time period doesn't really make sense. Japan, it took, what, to the 1800s for people to really get into the Japanese markets, so... But the East Asian ports are worth a ton to discover, fame-wise, or experience-wise. So we're up to sailing level 12. Aljuna's probably up to, like, 8. It should mean we sail a lot faster now. Of course, he's sailing in a pretty basic ship, but... We go 5 screens east, so we can see Guam. Yeah, it literally took the United States to bust into the market. Like, Portugal was in there, you know, not too far around this time, but they got kicked out. Hey, Dweem, welcome in. I watched a little bit of your race back. I was really excited after my result, so I was peeking on everybody else to see how they did. And all I could gather was that maybe there was just something that you missed. Yeah, you're just tired. Oh. Oh, that one's rough, too, because Hawksness was, west. Oh, displaced? Ouch. Water. Oh my goodness. You got the car setting on fire, and now you have the water line breaking in the house. That you seem like you've had a really bad streak of luck here. I'm surprised you even managed to get in it. Although, you know, something like DWR might feel like normalcy compared to all that. It's normal as DWR can feel. Yeah, that's intense, man. West of the Staff of Rain trade-in. So you had to take that narrow path to the east, and it was kind of just a little bit to the southwest there, but it was past the narrow path. So you had to go through it, and then kind of, you know, if you hug the northeast coast or the west coast of that little river area, you had to do the west coast. So, well, there's Amboina, as the game calls it. There is Ternate, which is really where, like, Macassar should be. Yeah. I got to beat somebody else by a couple of seconds this time instead of you. I'll luck box my way through. Yeah. We're sailing to Australia right now. I'm doing the tour guide thing while I'm talking. Hello, Australia. Goodbye, Australia. Yeah. Well, I know these races are pretty late for you. Like, they're late for me, but you're an earlier riser than I am. So it's, like, doubly so. I went too far. That's alright. We had to save it somewhere around here anyway. These waters are weedy. Oh, nice. So you get in the car. Good. Hopefully one that's less likely to set on fire. And the way we do the sailing now, we're actually going to go all the way to America and pick up a couple of ports for some fame and some more sailing experience. I'm really trying to max sailing experience to make it so that the rest of the game I don't have much problems sailing. So, thank you for the lurk. Also note that there is no Annals of Lurkery. It's they do not exist. I made that up. For some reason I wanted to see if I lost a ship. It's silly. We want to maximize our sailing days at sea because they give you like a growing exponential amount of experience. It's pretty crazy. So, hey look, there's Mozambique. So like you normally get 10 points or 10 experience per day sailing, so at 300 or 10 days sailing you get 100, but it gives you a bonus of 100 as well. Those bonuses are huge, so every 10 days you get an increasingly higher bonus. At 20 days it's 500, at 30 days it's 900. Did I save it? Where did I save it? Okay, I saved it at Africa, good. It wasn't too far back. And so it keeps going up by 400 experience every time you get an extra 10 days. But I think it's stacking, so at 10 you get 100, at 20 you get 500 plus the 100. I'm not 100% sure about that. But if it is, then the whole thing is pretty amazing, so... the ship mysteriously vanishing stuff is pretty obnoxious. That's something that just likes to happen in this area. Southeast Africa is... There's a few places in this game that are just traps for stuff like that. West Africa, Southeast Africa, Southeast Asia and Japan and the Caribbean can be kind of bad too. Any place that has seaweed or ships vanishing is awful. Where the game will just basically screw you over. Oh, which reminds me. I should have done this before I put a bunch of miles on my sailors, because it costs more money to raise their loyalty. Like, Aljuna's didn't even go all the way up with 999, because his levels are so high. Alright, this area is hard to get around, so just the fact that I can even get around here is somewhat nice. Doesn't always work. So I'm going to take a bathroom break in about now. So I'll be back in a little bit. Hopefully everything goes well as we sail to America. Perfect timing! Except my controller isn't attached right now, so... Did, we lose any ships? We did not, okay. So that was I forget what that is. It's got a, like, all of the South African or South American ports are like inaccurate on this side. I think it's the Rio Grande or something like that. Let me check. I can look real quick. Yes, that was Rio Grande. Which again is not right. And this is Pernambuco. I meant to save it. Oops. Pernambuco, those two ports got me a whopping 220 fame, but it's a decent amount of sailing. I keep trying to save it, and I keep trying to hit land on port. So dumb. So I am actually going to be inside of the storm zones here. This isn't the safest place to be sailing. If I wanted to go west one screen and then north, I think I'm safe. We're about to find... There it is. It's amazing how close geographically west to east Africa and South America are in this game. Because hey, look, it's Africa. And just like that, we are nearing home. So again, our splits aren't going to line up super well. I don't remember when I did everything that I did in those runs, but the ship just pops in and disappears. It's nice and suspicious. Alright, that's enough of the Caribbean music, don't you think? We make it out, and now we sail back to Lisbon, where we will definitely have a quest waiting for us. 7974. Look at this. Did you see the fame on there, though? 11,380. The fame ticks up. We're going to gain multiple levels, but it's funny to see it like that. Like, it doesn't cash it in until you port. 63 days at sea, and not surprisingly, everyone gains a sailing level. He needs 200 crates of grain. You know what, let's actually maintain a little bit of our money. More than I need to do this, but... You know, I think we're just gonna sail to London for it, and take London while we're up there. You know, I should have sold the pearls, actually. I don't know. I forget how much grain we needed. It was 200 something. Was it exactly 200? But again, the thing to remember about these splits is that I'm not generally doing the exact same thing that I was when I did the world record. The splits are based on King RNG more than anything. So let me see how close this is. 49. So it's not actually that close. But let's see what happens when we throw in, you know, this much. Because we might be able to get a double here too. It's already like the 26th, you know. Ah, we took it. Boo. We took it by the slimmest of margins. That should leave enough for the grain, which we'll do. Sell some pearls. Oh, that was, okay, that's why. Alright, now we go back. So we took London, kind of inefficiently. I thought I had a chance to slide under, but the way that investment works in this game is a little tricky because there's a curve in place and it seems to be curved to the center. That when you're in like the 25 to 30 influence up to 65, 70, you get almost double what you would get influence-wise if you're on the outsides of those. It's not hard lines, it's really curved, so if I would have done just one full investment before, it would have been fine, but it's fine. The only thing I'm annoyed about is I spent too much money. But we got a pretty good stockpile of gold here. We'll be fine for a bit. Okay, we lost any ports. By any ports, I mean Bordeaux. We did lose Bordeaux, okay. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to get our ships first. Or at least we're going to get 2 of the ships first. So we're going to take Bordeaux back. And I might literally just sail to Seville after this. In the future, if we lose any ports up here, we'll probably take the other ones, but all at the same time. But I would rather get some galleons going before I do this. Because I want to make sure I'm not like neglecting Europe and investing in Europe, which is something you can, like the Mediterranean, something you can do pretty easily. Those ports are more likely to be taken. Turkey tried, and Turkey failed. You know what? Let's invest first. That should do it. Good enough. Yeah, we're not even going to stop in Lisbon. We're just going to go straight to Seville, get our ship. And go from there. We don't necessarily have to get all 5 in one go, but we probably should. What is my fame again? 9,055. I said I wasn't going to go here, and then I did. Well. Okay, we have a quest, so I guess this worked out. He needs 266 crates of grain. Oh no, where are we going to find more grain? You know, we're just going to throw the extra money in here because we'll probably need it later. No, we're not going to Bordeaux, so... we want to buy grapes instead. So we're just going to pick up Oslo, Hamburg, and Antwerp while we're up here. We'll go to Antwerp first, actually. Normally I would not do that, but... I think that's actually what makes more sense. Because I don't have a whole lot of trading goods to dump. So we're going to put 15k in, which would be 26. Add menuing. You do have to... like, you have to actually be kind of good at menuing in this game, and then I keep messing up the menuing. You have to be good like me to do this. No, it can get real tedious, and you don't quite have to do this, but it's definitely the most efficient way. If you just maximize like massive gold reserves, you can just throw 10k in 4 or 5 times on ports, but I'm hesitant to do that too early. We'll double check to make sure we got the port. We did. Okay, I don't think this matters, but I've been suspicious that these icons and stuff, the bonuses actually stack. Yeah, that's what it is. We won't be able to bring more porcelain back the way we're doing this, but that sugar will give me enough money to make sure I can clear the grain and invest in both ports. So we're gonna hit up Oslo and Hamburg, which are both... neither has porcelain, but that's okay. There you go. Game had to think for a second. Hamburg eventually gets wool and Oslo gets wood. The wool-wood trade route. So we'll get on to 21 here. Let's double check this. Honestly, the slowness in the menus in this game make this basically, in the NES version, basically make this as fast as just checking the market. Genesis version is a little different, I think. And again, for some reason, they love taking Oslo and not Hamburg. It's a common thing, which is a bit unfortunate because Hamburg is actually one of the most developed ports in the game at the start. It just doesn't have the trade good you need. Plus, it's like kind of so far out that you just don't care to mess with it. So we'll go down to 8k here. Hey, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of this style investing soon. We're just going to be dumping giant loads of gold everywhere. As far as these splits go, until I hit the button on the Viscount split, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, it's a general trend of what's happening, but it's not actually indicative. Indicative? Is that how you say that? I don't think it is. It doesn't actually indicate the health of the run very well. I wanted to buy some cheese too. Cheese it sells okay. I think we broke 10k, right? No, almost did. The wonderful land of Ireland, which has no real usefulness in this game at all. It's just there. There was a point where to burn time in the NES version, I would just sail up to Ireland and port there. But it winds up, the best way to burn time is just to stay in town. It's faster if you just, you know, disembark in one of those areas, but the problem is, by the time you need to do it, enemy ships will start showing up and just swarming you. And wasting a whole bunch of in-game time doing it. Alright, King, here is your grain. London border of Hamburg. Oslo is gone, or did I not take it? Well, I'm pretty sure I just didn't take it. It would be strange if it failed there, so... This is the only thing I need to do yet, so... We're just gonna go get our big ships, or at least a couple of them. But I shouldn't have done the money here. I should have done it in Spain. I forget about that. The ordering matters, and I screw up the ordering a lot. I don't care enough about Oslo to go back up. They let me discount it, but there's apparently a difference between discount and fully take a port, and I keep forgetting about that. Brew, fine. We're gonna... Americus. Galleon. Mahogany. 3 masts. 4-point sails. Yes. 60 guns. 120 crew. And we will call this the Dweem. I don't think I can build the other one yet. Let's see. It's gonna be really close. No, okay. I gotta make a little bit more money here, so... Yeah, the market rate's still pretty bad here. Let's just sell all of that. I didn't even have to manipulate it, it just was. Yeah, we'll crush it. There we go. Hurts a little bit to sell gold like that, but Mahogany, 3 masts, 4-point sails. Sure. 60 guns, 120 monks for the crew. This can be the JKL. We will appropriately capitalize. And we're going to rearrange our sailors, sail for like day. To give me a chance to fully organize things a little bit more. We'll buy more food and water after this. Order personnel. No, you go down here. Go back in. Transfer. Oop. Get rid of the gold. Get rid of the gold. Add the gold. We don't have as much cargo space as we did on the Carracks, actually. But it's fine. And now we rearrange the crew again. It just takes so long in the NES version to do this. It's not like it's super fast in the Genesis version, but the NES one is just bad. And then sell. I'll sell the first one here so we can do our... Build new ship. Galleon. Mahogany. 3 masts. 4-point sails. Yes. 60 guns. 180 bunks for the crew. This will be our main ship. We'll call this the Crit. Remember which ship was in the order. Then we get 2 more ships. Yes, 60 guns, 120 crew. Call this one the Star, so I don't think I can fit in full name. Galleon, Mahogany, 3 masts, 4-point sails, sure, 60 guns, 120 crew, and we'll name this, I'll call it the Miplet. Even though he's not here. Already got one ship with cannons. We're gonna sell enough gold that we can get like 2,400. Shut up, necklace. There. It's min price for the gold. I don't want to waste it tremendously. So, remodel, guns. But we do want to do the guns here. Hey, Miplet is here. We have tricked you into leaving lurk mode. Hope you're doing well. Have our cannons. We do not have our figureheads yet. We have to remember that. Something we also have to transfer our crew. Aaron, come on. We sail without crew, everyone dies. Sometimes you can mash before it happens, but it's not good for a while, Matt, so. Okay, so we're going to try to get our gold around for the end of the game. Also, before I forget, I mean, we're gonna start dumping some gold deposits in these towns so that when I decide to take them later, they're worth more. I'm gonna do it a little bit messier than I have in the past. I've tried to be very like, I've like over finessed it. Okay, so we've put 2 in Valencia. This is going to be a strike against Spain, of course. We're keeping the market rate pretty high. I guess we'll do Marseille, and then we'll go to Pisa, where we'll start transforming some of this gold to artwork. And we'll do Naples and Genoa. Actually, we might just do 2. The way this is working out, that wasn't the ship that I actually wanted to have the stuff on, so that's fine. We might end up going to Genoa, actually, first. Because what I might do is then, you know, max out whatever we're going to do and then swing back and just take these 3 ports. And not take Pisa and Naples right away. This is stupid. I decided that would be faster than what I was going to do, and I don't think it was. Okay. Yeah, so if we go to... Well, basically, I'm just doing it so I get an extra 240 fame out of these places. But... when we start selling the gold... Let's see. Yeah, let's go to Genoa first. Hey, we found Venice. We normally, you know, want to go into Pisa with a bunch of money, but I kind of want to let the gold settle a little bit. But since it's about the end of the month, we're going to go back and take every one of those ports and get an extra... how much do we want to say that it would be? I don't know. I could mark this one less. It probably would make more sense for me to do that. Well, it's kind of funny that the way we're doing this, we're actually trading gold for artwork that we're going to trade for gold. So, but we're gonna go to Naples because the market in Naples is probably still kind of borked, and then it'll let me go back to Pisa one more time to sell artwork. We're not going to invest in Pisa, Naples, or Majorca at this point. But if I have to go to like Turkey or something to turn in the letter, I'll probably will. You know, further seed the stuff for future investment. Well, actually, you know what? We'll go ahead and at least just throw one set in the industry here to get it started, because we can. It's not really hurting anything. Yeah, that was the first time I'd done that. Oh, yeah, that's right, I don't control the port. And now we're just going to sail back the exact way we did and take all 3 of those ports. And we're going to hope that when I go to America to get the gold, that we lose 1 or 2 of them. But who knows? And we're going to manipulate the market here. Let's do that straight out. There we go. And we have enough art that we go to America, we're going to be fine. We're going to have a ton of gold again. And then when we come back through, we can just start obliterating everything else with gold sales and we'll be done. In fact, I'm a little bit worried I'm overdoing this. What's the development again? 46. That's what I read as being the right amount. Let's double check. Oh yeah. Probably put an extra in there, so. And that was a bit over 500 fame. Let's actually do the industry here. I don't mind wasting another day or two. Let's see if that was enough. It was in fact not enough. Wow, sad. There we go. That should be good, right? That should be fine. Yeah, I think it's just Genoa is easier to invest in than Marseille, and I kind of overlooked that. I'll take Valencia. And again, when I say on the way back, the places we might invest in could include like Algiers and probably not Tunis, but like Alexandria, maybe Venice, but I just feel like it's too slow to sail to. Algiers isn't a great port, but it's nearby, so it's a really, like, if I have to take that port, I can take it and come back real quick. Okay, they didn't come back and do anything with it yet. There we go. So between Valencia and Marseille. That's another 1300 fame. Okay, we're crossing our fingers the king has a quest for us and that it doesn't suck. Letter to Spain, letter to Turkey, even go get Coral works out. Like, even go get Pimento I could deal with, because I know how to do that. There we go. Sure. Letter to Spain sounds good. We're gonna go ahead and get our figureheads right now. Not guns. The market rate in Seville is still probably really low, so buying firearms there makes more sense to me. Of course, we have so much Like, again, we're going to have way too much art when we come back. I'm pretty sure that is still going to be an issue. We're going to have too much gold. We're almost halfway there on fame. Well, we will be once we get done with the America loop. And then it's going to be a matter of taking ports and hoping that the other countries are aggressive in taking them back from me. And it's kind of that simple. It's not a whole lot more I can do. We can go full battle mode and start, you know, popping some people in the face, and that helps, but it just depends on how easy I can do the fights. Alright, I'm gonna talk to you again. Trebizond, Santo Domingo, Jamaica. It took Trebizond. It's just like, suck it, I guess. Oh, I can't discount the firearms here. I won't be able to buy enough. Okay, so we'll still have to do some shopping at home, but... Or not. I mean, how much do I... It'll be fine. I'm worried about something that isn't really a problem. I've said before, like, I outright refuse to do a battle quest on the Baron split. I think is the optimal way to go. Unless the guy is right outside, like, getting ready to attack you, which isn't going to be the case, probably, because I usually don't have enough aggro built up. Although, that is something I could do. We could go full Spain sweep, take every single port over here in America, to irritate Spain. Genoa, Marseille, Valencia. Valencia's gone. London, Bordeaux, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. Thanks for the money. %, so... Wait. Yeah, it's 25%. Oh. Okay, so 25% of 108 would be... I'm doing something wrong. Let's do that. Alright, and yeah, we're just gonna do America now, so... Do we want to try to take every port? I think Spain's gonna get mad at us even if we don't. You know what? I want to take Valencia back before we do this. We're gonna sail from Valencia. Because again, it's another like 600, 700 fame. And the more I can keep the uptick on those, the better. So I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that, and then I'm gonna keep messing my hair up. part of that is that it'll put us pretty close to the Viscount rank. So we might be able to pull that one off pretty quickly after Baron. Again, assuming the Baron split winds up being cool. And it's really just a matter of how efficiently I can do the remaining things that we have to do. Turn off my heat. Roast in here. Who are you? Who's sitting on top of me? Luigi. So it's Spanish again. Just check the market. Remember, you get this kind of tight, so 6 and 3 will take most ports. Oh yeah, I was gonna say we still had some points here too, so that's like another 700 fame. And we should have enough to get to America still. If this were like a further away port, I wouldn't have done it. But yeah, we're like I said, I think we're gonna naturally get enough heat with Spain that I don't need to worry about manufacturing it. And hopefully, the fact that we're just completely ignoring Turkey, if Turkey ignores us, there shouldn't be any beef, and maybe we end up only fighting Spain and Spanish ships, which is faster. The one problem with getting too much heat with Spain, though, is they have higher infesting power. If they really hate me, they'll try to arrest me if I land in their ports. And that could be a problem. So we want Carlos and Emmanuel this time. We don't want Ali and Omar. I mean, we never get Omar. Omar never requests to get Omar. It's always Ali or whoever follows Ali. It's strange. I don't think that's necessarily a locked-in thing. I think it's just RNG always kind of saying that's what it's going to be. So we sail down here. We go left, I mean west. So I had it in my head for the longest time that you just gained more sailing experience being in these zones. It winds up that's not actually the case. You get the sailing experience from finding the ports. The water you're in doesn't actually matter. It's days at sea, and the port that you find, which are not equal. And supply ports don't count at all for experience. Alright, so we're gonna take Santo Domingo, of course. Actually, you know what? I'll work fine on food and water. Let's do it a little different. Let's get a little extra fame out of it. And then we'll just take it on the way back. And I'm somewhat familiar with it, Starful. I've seen people play it before. It literally reminds me of things, you know, things can make you think of things, and they're not always have anything to do with them. But it reminds me, there was a speedrunning scandal-ish. There was a scandal, but it wound up that there was a scandal over the scandal, which was the bigger deal. But there was a Breath of Fire scandal that came out a year or so ago, where a speedrunner of the game was absolutely certain that another speedrunner was cheating, and like trained himself on how to test things, and theoretically got good at it. That first port was Caracas. This one up here is I forget what it's called. Nova Grande. I keep wanting to call it Puerto Vuelo, and that's not right. There's Panama. Anyway. The first guy, the guy who was suspecting the other guy of cheating, was a semi-popular streamer. Not like, he did a lot of different stuff on his stream, but speedrunning this game, like, he would just speedrun some random stuff, but he mostly streamed in the mornings. But he had tested himself to test, like, audio anomalies and stuff like this, and he trained, and he came out, and he did it in a very strange way. Went into the person he suspected of cheating's channel and was just like, "Why did you do it, man? Why did you do it?" And was like accusing him in his channel of cheating. Then posted a video about it. He had shown this evidence. That's Veracruz. He had shown the evidence to one of the mods, and the mod was still like processing it. But he jumped the gun and just accused the guy of cheating. Accused the guy of cheating. And then there was an investigation, and it kind of seemed like he didn't know what he was talking about. I think that was kind of what the end, like, result from what other people, you know, who were around the situation were like. Now, he might have learned how to do these things, but he was applying the metrics inappropriately. There's Jamaica. That's our last port we're going to find. Maybe the entire game. Well, we'll probably find Alexandria at some point. We usually wind up in Alexandria at some point. Let's put 50 on there. We don't need to worry about being exact with food and water. And yeah, there were some people who do these sorts of things, investigated the guy, and the guy's complaint, and didn't agree with him. They thought that the run actually looked pretty legitimate. And so the first guy kind of looked like he had some egg on his face, and the other guy literally broke the world record again on his stream online doing runs right afterward, which kind of made it seem even more unlikely that these complaints were correct. It's one thing to, you know, fabricate something, and it's another thing to then prove it, that you can literally do it in a live run right afterward. This is what I remember of Breath of Fire. And so that first guy kind of disappeared. He came back doing completely different stuff, and then he kind of disappeared again. So I don't think you can shake, like, the, I think this one, oh, we'll do it on the bottom ship. That's the one I want to do it on first. So, artwork. We're not going to do this perfectly, but it's fine. We're going to... There we go. Oh, you know what? That should have still been 40. I mathed it wrong. This is the one we want to be 50. There we go. And so we're doing this somewhat tedious process. This is going to get us the gold as cheap as possible. Which is what we want. I don't think we're at min price yet, but we get a 25% discount on the gold. Which is... Okay, yeah, we're going to have an insane amount of gold. Again. We're gonna sell the remaining artwork there. And it doesn't really matter what order we sell them in at this point, does it? That's such a waste of time. Anyway, like I said, it was a pretty big scandal, but the way that the guy went about the stuff was so unpleasant. It's one thing to accuse a guy of something, and it's another thing to do it in his channel, in his face, and to be so condescending about it, that I think that's what people remember the most. And like, it's the sort of thing that I think if the guy ever did come back and try to, like, apologize or something, it would actually be really hard for people to accept. Even though, generally speaking, people like to give people a second chance, and especially when they admit faults and stuff. That's not something people generally hold against you, but I think they would against him a little bit. Like, it's one of those things like, yeah, okay, but then he's not going to get the viewers back that lost, that bought into what he said, and then you know, kind of feel like dopes for buying into what he said, and then have it to be, you know, he was just wrong. Man, I have too much gold. I did it again. I made too much money. And I'm going to have to burn this crap off. You do not want, generally speaking, at this point of the game, when you're, like, about ready to go into battle mode, you don't generally want almost 1,900 pieces of gold. We'll burn it off. It just means I'm inflexible now, though. I can't, like, change my mind and not and like go do battle stuff, because I won't have enough space for food unless I just burn it off, like just throw it away basically. Baron is the last marker in which we can get a yeah, we're not quite there by count level, but pretty close. Baron's the last one where you can get a non-battle quest, or that we would avoid a battle quest on. the king really likes them. Like, the only two options at Baron are a letter to Spain or Turkey or a battle quest. And that's it. So we gotta hope, and it seems like the battle quest is just a lot more likely, so we gotta hope that the king does what we want here. A little curious. Oh, it's Pedro. He's a good guy. We have purposefully irritated Spain on 4 occasions now, so they're probably starting to think about me in a not so pleasant way. Again, we're done nothing to Turkey. Turkey has taken 1 port from us. They didn't take it. Well, they knocked it out of our control, but they didn't take the port. There's 2 different ways of talking about hostility in this game. There's the personal hostility with other countries in me, how much they dislike me, and then there's Portugal, Spain, Portugal, Turkey, and then Spain, Turkey, theoretically, although Spain, Turkey is something that can generate, but doesn't kind of concern us. I don't care. So we want the countries to hate me specifically when it's time in the end to do all the fighting. We're gonna save it. If we get a bad quest, we're not gonna take it, but I will pretend to take it. Okay. Well, we got a letter to Spain. You know what? Let's just go do it real quick. We don't need to do anything else. I was like, let's check. Like, why do I need to check? Whatever. So the difference between, like, you'll notice the next split is an hour and a half. They spent a lot of that time in, I'm pretty sure past me, was in Asia for most of that. Or no, that's not the case. This was actually, a lot of it was me doing a battle quest. I was in a fairly similar position to what I was doing, and I couldn't get the battle quest to work out. That's true. There's a lot of speedrunning that is on the honor code, so to speak. Like, it would be hard to parse out some things that people could cheat, especially on a game like this, which is not as popular. But I don't think that would be very fun. That's the best way I can put it. 1, I don't know how to do it, and 2, it would be unfun. Like, I enjoy these runs even when they fail, because there's an interesting, unique challenge to it. Plus, I just like the general gameplay. I wish the later games had a little bit more feeling like this. Not necessarily you just punch through a port, but I think it'd actually be more interesting if investing in taking a port was a bit more of an ordeal. Not from a speedrun standpoint, but from a gameplay standpoint. Who is this? I don't trust your movement. Oh. So again, we're not really on until the Viscount split, and that's not even 100% going to be accurate in this situation. Alright. King, what do you got for us? Genoa, Marseille, Valencia's gone, London is gone, Bordeaux, Oslo's gone, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. You know what? Fine. You keep bugging me. I'll just sell some of our gold right now. Look at that. No, shut up. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't sell the firearms that were on my main ship. I mean, I didn't need to, so it's probably good that I didn't, but it's funny that I forgot about that. Okay, we're gonna go take London and Oslo, and then we'll come back. we don't want a quest now, so we're gonna completely ignore the king, because the only quest we're gonna get either adventure, which is not good, or battle, which is also not good because we're not geared for it. I have too much gold on my ships, so. I want to, like, see if I could stream this game with my glasses off. Oh, you know what? I'm not... What am I doing? We're checking. We gotta check and see what the port stuff is. Okay, so they took it by sneeze. There we go. Or they knocked it out of her control by a sneeze. But that's going to be worth a lot. That was actually, because we threw all of our money in there last time, that was actually full. Well, I mean, it's true. There's, the later games had banking systems and stuff, but, like, the second game, you don't need to use the bank. It gives you interest, and that's, like, it. I think if you surrender to a pirate, you can lose money, but... Yeah, we literally just didn't take the port. Genius. Alright, now we took Oslo. Finally. So we might stop by to see if we lost any more ports, but if they're not hitting them, like, I just don't think it's gonna be anything. Plus, we really don't want a quest yet. So we're gonna drop, like, 60k everywhere. We'll probably hit up Tunis, too. Probably hit up Venice. We just need to get our cargo out, because it is way too high. The amount of gold we have is too high. We could sell a bunch and just throw the money in the bank. The bank of the king, I guess. I don't know. What is my fame now? Okay, we're still 10,000 fame short. I'm kind of low on food and water. We'll land either way. Look how bad the market rate here is in town. I probably made a profit on those firearms. Good, no quest. Genoa, Marseille, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll hit Algiers, we'll hit Valencia, of course. We'll go ahead and ruin Pisa and Naples. No, the king doesn't. The king will give us money over time. Depending on our rank, it generates like a passive amount of money he'll give us. It does the same for crew separately. So we can actually gain a bunch of crew, just throwing, like, just wasting time at certain ranks. Which actually saves us a little bit of time, so it's pretty nice. Probably didn't need to do that second one here. No, I'm not a big platformer guy. Some of it's hand-eye coordination, some of it is just the absolute specificity of some of the movement I don't really like. But I am the original and current world record holder in the OG platformer. The Cabbage Patch Kids game. Maybe not OG, maybe that's not the best way to put that, but so I'm pretty sure Spain has this one, right? So we can do like this. Yep. And we can just take Valencia at the end of the month here. How much money it's insane. So let's hope we didn't take it. Oh no, this will be another knock with Spain. Again, it takes a while to get Spain really mad at you, but they will get mad at you at some point for doing this. Okay, good. Look at that. 1,000. So we're going to gain over 1,000 fame for taking Valencia. This time and every time I take it from here on out. There we go. It's actually up to 1,100, I think. But, I like that. Just, boom, giant punch of fame. It's like 10% of the remaining fame I need. Who is this? Let's save it just in case that is a pirate who wants to fight me. We're gonna go back to Algiers and throw in one more investment. I normally wouldn't do this, but I think the timing is gonna work out well. There we go. Let me make sure I didn't take it. I don't think I did. Nah, not even close. So we're gonna hit Pisa, Naples. Do we do Tunis? Should we do Tunis? What's my fame at? We're gonna hit Tunis. I normally wouldn't do this. But I really don't want to go to Venice. And I feel like I need one more spot. Tunis is just the worst port in Europe, in the greater Europe area. I know it's not technically in Europe. Which doesn't really make historical sense, but whatever. We're getting there. So it'll be worth an extra 240 when I take it, which it currently is worth about 140. So we're going to hit Pisa, Naples, Majorca, Alexandria. Hopefully hit Alexandria right at the end of the month, or waste time there so we can put the investments in and then reverse everything that we just did. And by that point, we should be mostly gone from our gold reserves. Dang it. Yeah, the market rate here is a little bit lower, but that's fine. Again, we need to burn off a lot of gold, so I don't really care that we're not getting optimal gold selling out of these places. It's also going to ruin the artwork price semi-permanently, but whatever. Naples we've already invested in once, so we'll put it up to like... It'll be an extra 360 instead of 240. Again, same deal. Invest. I'm gonna double check here. Yeah, as I said, the market rate here is still worked. They do trend towards 100% over time, but other countries also will mess with it. Come on, game. Yeah, it should be kind of tight for Alexandria, but I think we'll be fine. Come on. We're getting there. We're almost there. ship-wise... I could have sold the one more. I'll sell the one more. There we go. I guess it was exact, wasn't it? We'll go back. Hopefully we get a battle quest that we can do in a reasonable amount of time. And we've still got another like 10-15 minutes of what we're doing probably before this ticks over to fighting. But my goal is to be right around 20,000 fame, 21, and we can do whatever cities get taken. And hopefully that's good enough. Yeah, we're going to be comfortable here. The chance we can't get into the port, but I don't think Spain and Portugal are that mad at each other yet. They should be getting there. Hey, Pav, thank you for the good luck, and also hello to you as well. Bribe. Did I save? I think I did. We'll try again. Oh yeah. So Spain is now trying to arrest me. There we go. I guess I didn't need to do the last one. Cast 2 for Alexandria. That's good. This is actually a good sign. Spain and Portugal at war means more likely to get a quest to attack them. Oh no, that was Turkey. Dang it. Oh, it said Trebizond, not Alexandria. Well, we're still going to take this one, so... Two... 1... 2... That should be enough, right? Unfortunately, all of my hard work at trying to make Spain and Turkey go to war looks like it's not gonna pay off. That's our only strike we've made against Turkey this game. The thing is, they've made strikes against Portugal, so... Look at the timer tick down. Yeah, of course, we're not obviously that far ahead. Not even close. I'm gonna go to Tunis first, and then I'm gonna clean up and come back. I might stop at Valencia again. Because it's such a huge reward. I think that's enough. and not enough. So it's gonna be worth about 400 fame. Yeah, I should have done 2 and 2, and I did 3 and 1. That's for sure enough, though. Majorca, Naples, Pisa, Valencia, Algiers, and then we see what the king has for us. Well, we've burned off our gold now. We still have a lot of gold, but we don't have gold inhibiting my ability to actually man my ship's gold. Also, I should try to sell the remaining firearms to make space. I really did not need those. I'm glad that I didn't actually sell them. Because it was such a... would have been such a pain. Alright, so... sell... firearms. Make sure. Shot necklace. Alright. We could have just taken all these ports individually, but then we kind of rely upon the computer to be aggressive in taking them back. The computer kind of does whatever it wants to do. So, I don't think that's a good plan. This is kind of the core of the new strats, really, is to maximize the sailing from Lisbon to places in the Mediterranean. Like, make it worth a lot when I do it. I think that's all I need here because I've invested in it 3 times. Exactly. All right, good job, Aaron. So we ended up getting an extra 360 fame out of this place, or about that. For a place that normally is worth 348, so... So we got somewhere around 700. Might be a little bit less than that. My estimates always count on me getting 120 or 240 development out of every port I invest in, which is not how it works exactly. So I don't think that's enough, but I didn't want to do a bunch of 1,000 investments forever. So we'll invest like 20k in here, and then we'll just go. Alright, we out. There's no way that we did not take that port. So we have Algiers and double checking Valencia, I guess, because it's worth so much fame that it's worth stopping in. I'm not going to casually double check ports on the NES version like I will in the Genesis, where the time equation seems to be a little bit more in my favor. Now, if I saw like some trade ships next to a port, it might be worth it. Like, Hidalgo, where are you going, buddy? Movement is suspicious. Drago. Should have saved it before I came in. I guess I saved it like a screen away. No. Now, cities can sometimes lose development. I'm not exactly sure how that happens, but I've seen it happen before. I don't know. I have no idea why. So. Yeah, we get a quest for like a pirate instead of a Turkish warship. That could be fine too. It depends on where the pirates are. They're more annoying because they don't chase you, but this time of game they tend to be mostly in the Mediterranean. Like the pirates wake up and come after you, or come after the people here in Europe at some point. You can see we still have plenty of gold. I don't have any problem with this amount of gold. It's just I need like 2 full ships for food and water. Plus our main ship, which I'm going to put some lumber on too, so... There we go. So 9,450, about 550 fame. Let's just get some more food and water. Man, let's do that. And I guess we can do a fame check here. I'm guessing 18 to 1900. 19,000, I mean. Yeah, that's a little bit more than I thought I was going to get. So maybe we got some good rolls, or maybe I was underestimating some places. El Drago. Just keep following me, El Drago, and then we can get a quest to attack you, and that'd be perfect. He's probably like, look at these trading ships. I heard they got a bunch of gold on board. Let's go after them. And then I just leave port, and I come back with just full guns blazing. That would be funny. It's like that's a funny visual, so... Come on, King. Do us the solid of giving us some great quest. That's not great. I forgot something I needed to do. Someone talk to him again. No. Oh, so Genoa's gone. Pisa, Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Majorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria's gone. London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. We don't, like, actually do that. We just want to see what we have, so... So we're gonna sail to Genoa and Alexandria and take them back. We're leaving here at, what, 31 minutes on the split? If it were one port, and that port wasn't Valencia, there's no way I would do it, but... And we're gonna hope the king gives us something that's not an adventure quest. We could do one of them, but they tend to take a really long amount of time, and they don't give you a whole lot. Like, this can take a lot of time, but I get fame out of it. Battles can take a lot of time, but I get fame out of it. I don't know what fame you really get from turning in quests to the king. But you inherently get fame from battle. I don't know what fame you inherently get from exploration. If any. I might swing by Genoa on the way home since I've been seeing some ships floating around. Or Valencia, not Genoa. All right. Full on Spain. Again, 6 and 3 almost always takes every port. There it is. So we get, you know, another 700-ish fame. 700. And we irritate Spain some more. You know what? He's leaving. Let's not. If he didn't leave, I'd be really tempted to just wait a few days and then see if they took it right back. But that's the real cheese. If you could figure out what cities the computer was going to invest in, you know, heavily, repeatedly. Which for the most part we know it's going to be European cities, but just investing and then making them worth as much as possible and waiting for the computer to show up. And as soon as they leave, take it back and then just wait. Repeatedly over and over. This one might have been taken back by Turkey, so you'd be worried we might get arrested again. Nope. That definitely has a I guess you tried sort of feel to it. I probably didn't need the 1,000 before the 10,000. So it's another 600 to 700 fame. So it was about 5 minutes for me to hit those 2 ports, just to go there. Obviously we have to go back. What am I at now? Yeah, it was about 1,300 fame. Luigi. We're at the point now where we don't have to worry too much about fame. Honestly, we're likely to get it back just from a couple more ports being taken. Okay, we didn't actually get that, so excuse me. Especially if we just wait. And we're under 5,000 fame. We're gonna gain about 1,000 from battles. So mandatory battles. So we have under 3,800, 37, 3,600 fame to do. Which is about 5 ports to be taken. I don't know. Is this just some Spanish ship that was flying in? Yeah, we aren't seeing any warships, which is concerning. That means when they do pop up, when we do get a quest to actually fight, it might send us really far away. So that was about an 8-minute process. Singleton. Okay. We'll see where he is. Last time I saw him, he was in the Caribbean. North 15, West 40 is kind of in a dumb spot. We're gonna waste 20 days and see if we get the same quest, and if we do, we'll accept it and see where he's going. We will not save it. It's possible they can change their mind about stuff, but of course, the bad thing is all the time we're doing this is wasted time if we don't end up pursuing the quest, or if we get a different quest. So we're taking a bit of a risk. Oh, not on the game. You're on the game. Yeah, North 15, West 40 is just in the middle of the Atlantic. Just dumb. It's 15 days. Good enough. Let's see where this wants me to go. Okay, so we're in battle mode now. I thought about doing the adventure quest for about 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. I thought about it before. I'm like, you know, we don't have a whole lot of aggro yet. And this would give us time for the things to clip. Even if it takes half an hour, we might still be on a good pace. But if we're going to get attacked the moment we leave port, we're not going to do that. This time we'll wait 15 days. We'll save it. We'll see what's up. We might just get attacked by Spain a bunch, and maybe that will provoke a war that will get Spanish fights the rest of the way. Because if we're getting Turkish ships, then... or if we're getting pirate ships, that means that we're not getting Turkish ships. I think there's a priority the way it works, because I don't see it bounce around. You don't, like, switch to pirate. Pirate seems to be the... we're not... you know, angry enough with anyone, so this is what we're going to do, you know, category. But we fight a couple of Spanish ships, that'll change things pretty quick. In that first fight, if he's going to attack us right on top of us, it's going to be pretty ugly. So we're going to save it this time because the quest didn't persist anyway, so my strategy didn't matter. Nope. Dang it, Aaron! You messed up the thing. What I was gonna see was if there was any ports taken, too. No. What I wanted to do is see this. You know what? Pisa's gone. Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Majorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Now we reset the game. I get my order of operations mixed up here. Pisa alone isn't enough for me to care. The city of Hamburg is making you hungry, I see. Hey, no worries, man. We're gonna leave the port here and get attacked, and hopefully this gets us some heat to where Spain becomes the target instead of random pirates. Because who cares about the pirates? Who cares if there was a pirate harassing Hashid from Turkey? We don't care about that. That is not a priority for the Portuguese nation, sir. Or at least it shouldn't be. if they're going to completely surround me, I'm going to just fully do this. We're going to start out this way. We'll get food gold. We'll put a little bit of lumber in, even though I shouldn't need it for this part. Restock. Lumber. 60. Food. It's to be... Oh. Expensive food. Now we save it. Get our first battle in, get some fame from whooping on Emmanuel. You know, I said before I didn't see any battleships and I was getting a little concerned. Well, guess what? Are you adjacent to me? Are you up here? You are up there. No, where are you going, sir? To bark. Baron, sir. Dang it! Put me in some weird angle. Game has this fascination with doing this crap. They're not fighting me. Okay, that guy's fighting me. I kind of blocked myself there. Didn't realize it. I mean, if Carlos wants to run, it's not the worst thing in the world. I just attack him again, and then I get double the heat. Aljuna wasn't quite able to kill him. We don't get double the fame, though, so it's a little bit of a time loss as far as that's concerned. But we are in the mode where we want Spain to just... You know what? I'm gonna steal this. There we go. Our leader got a kill. Sometimes that's a problem. Look at my ships. They got this nice circle. It's not quite like a full, I don't think anyone else is going to get in range, so we'll just go. Nah, I would have been in range. Shooting my main ship is a bit of a problem. Suck it, Emmanuel! You're dead! Yeah, it was about 600 fame. So, not bad. Excuse me. Let's see where he is before we make a firm decision here. Nope. I've noticed this, that occasionally my quest is changing. Genoa, Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Majorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay, we're just going to waste time. That one port isn't worth sailing out for. And we're going to hope the king changes his mind. When it changes his quest, it only seems to do that day, and if I do a power reset, it goes back to where it was. So there might be some other element of RNG here, but I don't think we should be chasing pirates around the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That's not a good deal. So we'll wait till October or something. I hope he changed his quest. And if not, maybe we'll have something more interesting to go after. Port-wise. This is just the nature of this. For some reason, King can get really fussy. You know, it'd be a great idea, King, if you gave me a quest to go fight some Spanish fleet. Like, well, we're still allies. Genoa, Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Majorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. Nothing has changed. Except his quests. Which is whatever. Maybe we can go outside and get attacked by more Spanish ships and then suddenly not be allied anymore. That would be nice. Excuse me. This is the fastest way for me to waste time in the NES version. Unless I sail to, like, Ireland or something and waste time, but then if ships are chasing me, it's still going to be slow. The ships on the screen eat up a tremendous amount of the processing power on the NES here. It's one reason I think why if you play NES Pirates, like, you can't see other ships on the screen. Genoa, Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Mallorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Blah. Let's just leave port for a minute and see what happens. You know what? Actually, let's sail to Pisa. We could attack Ramon and get 0 fame out of it. Winds up that fame isn't like true fame, it's popularity with Portugal. You don't lose it though. The only way you lose fame in this game is I think is rejecting a King's Quest or failing a King's Quest and abandoning it. Literally just attacking Spanish trade ships now. Oh, we got a chance. Got him! Suck it. Oh, I feel bad when he's like, I'm not ready to die. I'm not a pirate. I'm just a trader man. And we just destroyed him. Because I want Spain to hate me. Literally destroyed for the sake of hate. Oh, wait, who's this? Stop trying to throw your anchor on their ship. Now we have Luigi. We'll do this. Goodbye, whoever that was. Dang it. The button sticks a little bit. Sometimes it moves you forward. I moved too far. I'm an idiot. And I think my captain isn't going to be able to swing around hard enough here either. Yeah, just dumb. You know what, we're just going to block him. Captain doesn't need to do anything, does he? Got him. Of these different things, the rudder and mast matter a lot to repair. The hull doesn't so much because that's just your in-battle stat. We're still going to sail to Pisa and back as a way of burning the in-game time, but hopefully that has generated enough heat for Spain to just want to come after me, and we can end the rest of the run pretty quickly. Hopefully. You know, if we had a quest for Emmanuel there on the Viscount split, none of this would have mattered, but I think you have to actively, like, cause war between Spain and Portugal to get it to be that way. One, two, three, one, two. We could get some more crew, but we're fine. And now this quest that we've been wasting about half an hour on, hopefully it shows up. And is good, and not chase Singleton down the Atlantic. We could try these things. You might wonder why I just don't try them. It's past experience has shown me that these wind up being just an absolute mess. The computer will cheat constantly. In sailing, making it impossible to catch up to them. And they'll spend copious amounts of time in the middle of nowhere. Where they're like chasing someone, but they're literally just doing nothing. So I don't know. One idea I've had about this run, though, is to possibly eliminate Asia. Because I feel like the computer doesn't do as much over there if you don't go over there. I thought it was about investing, but I think it's actually discovering the ports that matters, too. If we don't get a good quest, I might just and go after him. But it's possible the quest is to go after him. Trash King, trash quests. Captain Morgan. Who is probably going to die without getting his turn. Maybe not. Yeah, I think Aljuna's gonna finish him off. Somehow Aljuna always winds up on my last ship, so I know where he is. Like I'm keeping tabs on him or something. Good enough. What does he actually have here? Artwork. That's a good haul. I just don't need it, so it's just a waste of space for me. There's Luciano. We're now 2,000 fame short, which is probably 3 ports, except we would have to have 2 fights in the meantime, so it's probably 2 ports. If we can get the king to do his job. Come on, king, stop being useless. This is not the time to look for shields. Genoa, Pisa, Marseille, Valencia, Algiers, Morocco, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. Well, I haven't thrown away the run by failing to reset out of king nonsense. So there's that. I'm to lodge. If we ended up in a scenario where we needed to squeeze out a little extra fame, I still have Venice, Trebizond, and Azov, which combined are almost 1,000 fame. Venice is not very good in this game. It's like 325 plus 250 plus 215. So that's 465. Oh, I gotta hit this too. Yeah, it's like 800 fame. We're just not getting good king quest. This is all on the king again. We need him to do his job, and he's not doing it. He's being bad. And we could have done the one adventure quest, but I had a little too much heat with Spain. It would have taken forever all the same. Like, let's look. Nation information. Spain. Portugal prohibited. Good, we're fighting. Now, the king, you need me to fight Spain. I saved it. You jerk! Do your job! We lost 0 ports in the meantime. Although some of that's my fault. The moment I went after trade ships, I knew that I might be losing the ability to like have the other countries take my ports, because that's how they do it. The warships sometimes will invest too, but it's mostly the trade ships. That if you kill them, they take a little while to respawn, and they don't always have the same power, because they'll have like less ships. So even if they do invest, they might not do enough to take a port. So Pisa is gone. Marseille is gone. Valencia is not. Algiers, Majorca, Tunis, Naples, Alexandria, London, Bordeaux, Oslo, Hamburg, Antwerp. Okay. So I got 2 ports worth going after, and that will probably leave it so that all I have to do the rest of the game is fight people. Actually didn't fix my ships after. Oh, you know what? That's because I didn't take any damage, right? Yeah. No need to fix when you just win a fight without taking any damage. Okay, no one's here. We took out a manual. I don't know, maybe we just need more time to pass. Fought 3 Spanish fleets. But he's just not even asking for battle quests now. He just keeps asking for adventure ones. So I don't even think it's a matter of, like, supremacy in his mind of which country is being more of a jerk or whatever to us. There we go. Yeah, Portuguese fleet. Just sit right outside of Seville is wonderful. Let's attack Seville. You know, speaking in Uncharted Waters-like games we were talking about before, Port Royale is kind of one of those. Port Royale 3 is the one I did the most work in. I have Port Royale 4 as well, but I couldn't get into it. Well, now you're basically a freelancer. You align with a country, but it's not that big of a deal, and you'll eventually like leave them if you want. You're not tied to them like you are in this game. So you can take ports, but you do it through violence. You don't do it through investment, but you can take ports. The name of a country. And turn it to them, and then, you know, because you're just in the Caribbean the entire time. This isn't like a world-based game. So you're going between Dutch, French, English, and Spanish. With the Spanish being like the overwhelming big dog at the beginning of the game. And then depending on which scenario you pick, it switches who's the strongest one, although it does that somewhat arbitrarily because the Dutch were never like remotely close to being considered there in that category. What else was there? I was gonna say Dutch, Spanish, English, and French. The French definitely had some power in the Caribbean for a while, but it was mostly England and Spain, I think. Mostly Spain, but England kind of eclipsed them. Because Spain went into an extraordinarily long El Toro! You know what? We could attack El Toro. Do we need... I don't think we're going to need any trade fame. Or any fame after this. Just what we're going to get from the last 2 battle quests. Hopefully. We are Pisa and Christmas. I know Synth Pop went to Italy for Christmas one year. Let's just get rid of some gold here. There we go. Now we can restock. I think We took this, right? There's no way we didn't. Yeah. Yeah, we are 100% guaranteed to get the remaining fame from Battle Quest. There's no way that we get less than that. The lowest I've ever seen from a, like, battle guy is like 500, and we have 2 of them guaranteed. So we sail home and hope this is enough. I mean, we can attack the other trade ship if we really want to, like, super provoke Spain, and maybe the king finally acknowledges that we're in a war and will want me to kill Spain guys, but... El Toro. Oh, we got ships. I don't really want to fight anyone. I want them to fight me. If that makes sense. So we got El Delgo. He's our last remaining... Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. You think I'm a pirate? You think I'm here for your goods? I'm here to make your country mad at me. And that's it. You're just a pawn. Shoot! Hit the button too many times. I think we still got him. Conrad. Okay. So again, it's not about the fame. It's about just making Spain mad enough that the king is like, alright, we gotta do something with these Spanish ships. And then they come after me, and then we end the game with them all just attacking me. And this split always is just so gross. It's like, I can feel like I'm super ahead. And I mean, there's one time where I obviously did really well and got like an 18-minute split. But... it just always ends up feeling real bad. Who are you, sir? Oh, cool. Pedro is protecting me. So I don't know. If the king asks for a battle quest with a pirate, I'm just throwing hands up. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to do things that seem like they would be things that would factor into the game's decisions. Don Hugo. We could fight Don Hugo. Nah, at some point we're just being silly here. We don't need to fight every single Spanish ship. But maybe I want to. What is this? I go first. I reset because I didn't get to attack first. Whereas he's still kind of in a hard to deal with spot. We'll just mow down all of the ships that we can who are in the way. Hmm. I think he's gonna run. I'm here to say, I think he's gonna get away. He's just completely in the corner now. I don't think Aljuna can do this much damage. No, he did not run. Probably should have. Is this Miguel? Okay, good enough. Okay, now Spain should really want to fight me. I think that was trade ships I fought before. I'm a little worried that they weren't. And I took out one of the battle guys. Because we don't want to do that. Even if it might make sense to do it. There's almost no situation where I think we can be green on this split. Unless, you know, somebody is coming for us and we can just wait for him. I've done everything I can to make Spain mad. Like, they should be just intensely furious at me for just sinking all of their ships repeatedly. But we can't guarantee that the king wants us to fight Spain. Or anyone. Recalde from Spain. Alright. That sounds like the name of somebody I want to fight. He's on the lookout for my ship. And I say this is exactly the scenario I needed. Oh gosh. Where is he at, though? Please let me know exactly where he is. That doesn't help. I would like to go meet him if I get the chance, but if she's not going to tell me, I probably won't worry about it. He's nearby, but I do think just sitting outside is the strat to go here. The strat to do. Everything from here on out is basically King RNG. we're at 45-10 and he was at 60-25. So he's like near Iceland. Hello, friends. Who are you? Recalde and Pedro. Who is who? Recalde, you're going the wrong direction, sir. Your devilry ends here. Guy whose name I'm almost certainly mispronouncing. Oh, we took out one of their ships. Ah, shoot. I should have known that guy was going to do that. And they're kind of... got him surrounded. We're not quite able to get through that guy. He just moves in my way. Stop moving in my way, guy. So rude. I should have moved further. That was a mistake. And I should have shot the main guy with him. Okay, he's dead on this. Dang it! He was dead. Until I hit the wrong button. Okay, he's still dead. So it'll still be green. Again, it's just going to come down to quests. Can we get this exact type of quest 2 more times? Do we have to deal with the king winning stupid crap instead of fighting real people? Is the princess never going to get captured? That's what the run comes down to. I can still goof the quests, of course. Hey, it's my birthday. You know what? We don't need... I don't even care about the other ports, right? Because we should have enough fame now, right? Not that. Yeah. We're closing in on maxing out all of our stats, too. Crew, recruit. Tip the waitress. Restock our food and water. So we don't need to worry about it. I have this ring. I just gave her a ring. Okay, so I guess we'll wait till the end of the month. And then we'll check. See if we got a quest. And again, if it's for someone who's chasing me, that's perfect. Chase me, fight me, Spain. I've tried to make you mad. And again, the Spanish guys tend to be a little bit closer than the Turkish guys, so this tends to go faster. Just part of the reason why I wanted to go after them. Also, just because usually fighting Spanish warships is less of them being in Arabia chasing down random Portuguese guys. Excuse me. Neither of my splits here are gold splits, but they're both very close, like within a couple of minutes, so... we still need things to go real fast. And the game has to cooperate, or it's just dead. Carlos! Oh, buddy. It's our best friend, Carlos. Where you at, Carlos? That's one screen west of here. So we're just gonna go out and try to find him. Because we're in 50-10 and that's 50-15. I don't know what he's doing. It doesn't matter. He's right over there. We're gonna go get him. Hopefully. Unless he's here now. No. Unless he's up there now. Game, let me tap my buttons. No. Unless he's down there now. Literally, not one time has passed yet. There we go. Alright, it says there's two of them there. I gotta figure out which one's which. Okay. Carlos. Carlos, man. I think this guy is going to be our guy who just gets stuck and shot at repeatedly. This particular battle setup is not great. But I was pretty sure Carlos was going to swing around the top, so I'm going to swing around the top, and my guys down here are going to kind of come around. That's the idea, at least. So far, this isn't going great. My ships haven't been able to get around the way I expected them to. As long as they don't blow up my leader, which looks scary right now. Got him! Suck it, Carlos! Don't care. Carlos is dead. Long live whoever his replacement is. Long enough to die to me, too. You know what, can we get some more crew? 24 men. We took a lot of hits in that fight. That was, scary. Like, if I didn't kill him, we might not have survived. I mean, I could have just reset, of course, but I don't want to do that. Okay, we saved the game. We checked with the king, see if the princess has been captured already, and then we basically check back every 10-ish days or so. And hope that it's nearby. Oh, sir! Here, have a comb. Hey, Adra, welcome in. That was perfect. Carlos was just outside. Carlos, the manual, or the guide that I wrote for the speedrun literally calls out Carlos as the guy who just seems to attack you non-stop late in the game. And we got him at the perfect time. So we'll go to, I guess, February 15th, 16th. So we'll go 16th, and then the next one we'll wait till the end of, or the start of March. We'll see. There's hope. That gold split is real. Again, the end of the game is the end of the game, and if we have... Frequently, we'll have enough fame to beat the game or to coast to the end of the game by the end of the Viscount split, which still took way too long. Again, the difference between the PB and the best split up there is like a minute. I almost gold splitted on the PB. Or maybe I did and I've improved it since then, I don't know. Alright, King? Princess, have you gotten yourself captured yet? Alright, here. Have a coral bracelet. Now get captured. Nothing to do but wait. We can double check our fame, but it doesn't, like... I'm wasting time. Look at that. 26-8. We need 25-6. We are over. We have done too much. Mainly because I just kept attacking the Spanish trade ships to generate some heat. Wanted Spain to go after us, so... So the things we need Spain to want to go after us, of course. That's the most important thing. We need the princess to be captured, which doesn't always cooperate. And we need that whoever takes them, which is probably Spain, to be nearby. Preferably chasing me down, but if they're on their way to Seville, that would work. Honestly, if they're anywhere nearby, that would be good. It is funny, though, that the ending of the game does not anticipate that you will be at war with Spain. The king is literally, like, talking about how he's going to marry his daughter to some Spanish person. Alright, 1504 is a leap year, right? Yeah, the game actually knows the leap years, too. It tracks that. So we waited 2 weeks. Let's see if the princess is captured on... No! Get out of here! With that crap. The only thing I want you to hear you say is that something terrible has happened. You know, it'd be great if I could, like, coordinate somebody capturing the princess myself. How do we get it so that somebody captures the princess? Like, hire some people to do it, and then, like, fight them on the sea, and then rescue the princess, and be like, yeah, I'm the hero. We did this. That's long enough. This would be a funny speedrun part to walk in on, be like, what's he doing? He's just waiting. Waiting for what? The princess to be captured? Okay. Can he stop the princess from being captured? No. I mean, the princess is locked in the castle. How does she get taken? I need to know the logistics of this cow, Shubasala. We'll check on my brother's birthday, which is March 24th. Not the one who comes in here. I won't say what his birthday is. I have multiple brothers. Something terrible has happened. Yes. Please be nearby. Please be nearby. Please be nearby. El Duro from Spain has her. He's in Guatemala. Okay. Let's try this. Oh, you know what? I think I'm fine. For you. Pegleg Lou. One of the pirates that we made. The starting pirates, I think, have either some historical basis or something, like Morgan, Singleton, sound like, you know, pirate names and stuff. But so he's bound for Guatemala, and he is in Guatemala. I don't think this is gonna work. I think this last quest is just gonna doom us. That's my my doomer opinion right now. I think we're dead. We gotta find him. We gotta get lucky and actually find him. We have to... I didn't save it once. I'm assuming this is all the same. That one is on me. I don't know. I felt like we were dead, and now we really might be dead. Just... The storm is some bullcrap, though. But man, like, there is over half an hour of nonsense in this run that could be shaven out with better luck. I don't even think I played this 100% the best. Like, I played it fairly smart. I think the way I'm doing stuff is the right way to do it. But... The quest said for me to go to America. Again, this is why we liked Spain, rather than him traveling to Hormuz or something. What are you doing, Omar? I don't have a tremendous amount of food and water. And my only stuff to sell is gold. Which doesn't sell very well here. I don't know if it was this screen or the one below it. We're just YOLOing it. We're going straight for Guatemala and hope that we see him along the way. Going up top on the north side of Cuba. Oh wait, no, that's not Guatemala, that's Veracruz. Guatemala's down here. So I should have taken the southern path so I could possibly see him along the way. So he's chasing me. Maybe I should have waited. That would be a bit annoying if that's what... We're just getting screwed over now by random crap. We didn't even make it there. Well, if he's chasing me at this point, we're just waiting for him to show up, because I got no idea where he is. This should be faster than resting inside, but it's going kind of slow. You better be this guy. Way to kill him super fast. I literally threw him in there to gum up the works, so the other ships couldn't get in the way. They still might. Came around. Nice. Okay, yeah, he's definitely toast now. Alright, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't care. Okay, now sail. Let's go. See if we can make it back in time and get a really, really, really small world record. I'm not eager. I'm not eager. I'm not hopeful. One thing, I might have been faster if I would have fixed the top ship. Yeah, if anything bad happens, we're screwed. Somebody attacks us. We get a storm. We're basically just screwed. You know what? I'll save it one more time. I will assume the save isn't going to cost us the run. Are we gonna get it? Come on, game! Don't do that! It just pauses for 10 seconds. Look at this. Look at this. Whoa! By 25 seconds. In a 5-hour speedrun. Oh my gosh. And it tried to screw me over there at the end. It tried. I'm truly the bravest of them all. It tried. We had the same thing happen with the Genesis version, where we had to go to Guatemala or Veracruz. I don't remember which one it was. And we wound up getting a disaster on the way back. We got a disaster on the way there. Oh, that was my fault because I didn't buy figureheads. This was just me getting screwed over by bad luck there at the end. The guy was chasing us. We might have had, if we literally didn't even go and might have just stayed there, we might have gotten through it faster. I don't know. But how do we know that? We didn't have enough time to really make that decision, I guess, so. Thank you for the GGs, Ness Atlas, Billick, and Pav. Did it. These strats are stronger if I can execute them right, and if the luck shows up, and just... The Viscount split was awful, the Count split was amazing, and then the last one... Lost 2 minutes, I think, to not saving before we went to the waters and hit a storm. Thank you for the GG, Spiff. So, I know I can beat the Genesis version world record. I know I can beat the Uncharted Waters world record. So, I do have a pickle. I think we can do that. Do we want to do... I mean, it's a world record, right? So we have to follow the tradition where we have to sing Glory of Love at the end. Gilmok started this, and now I feel like I have to do it, so... Go. I am the man who'll fight for your honor. I'll be the hero you dreamed of. We'll live forever, knowing we did it all for glory and love. Like a knight in shining armor from a long time ago. Just in time we save the day and bring the princess home. I am the man who'll fight for your honor. I'll be the hero you dreamed of. We'll live forever, knowing we did it all for glory and love. There you go. Hold your applause. What do we want to take from the king? Put your answers in the chat while I go get fetch a pickle. And trip over my shoes. My God. Too late. I saw it. Alright, so I don't think we've straight up asked for the princess's hand in a while. We did give her all of that merch. So let's go ahead and click that. Oh my, sir! Oh, shoot. So the old world record was sub 5 hour. Now we have Sir as the world record holder. We'll get to the pickle as soon as the run is done. Because I want to be full screen for the pickle eating. I planned for her to marry into Spain. You know, the people who kidnapped her? You're gonna marry your daughter to your kidnappers? What are you doing? You're insane, King. Oh. She will always be happy with me. Like, sir, there we go. I chuckle a little bit every time I saw the game say sir. We wasn't quite as much as the sir we did before. And now he's like, okay, fine, you're king now. And he's like, I didn't want that. That wasn't the... She's cool with it. As of this day, you are the King of Portugal. Which, you know, gets retconned. And you're just the Duke. But that's okay. It's okay to retcon something that was probably a little too much. King of Toast. Ugh, Portugal. Blech. This game. He's the worst king, man. And we get our smoochy boochies. To sullen the moment. It's like, you just kiss my daughter in front of me? King, sir! Oh. Alright, I'm glad we finished the run, let alone get the world record. That is, both of those things, like, I haven't finished too many of these runs. I think we had one that was a sub 5 hour after the sub 5 hour. And that's it, so... 25 seconds, I'm gonna take whatever I can get. We made mistakes enough that we could have caught that up. I think this is the strat, this is the really strong strat from the end game, is just grief the crap out of Spain so they attack you. But I got way too much gold, and that caused a little bit of a problem. I think investing in every single port in America so Spain just hates you with a fiery passion is a strong move. That way I don't have to attack their, you know, trade ships, because that's actually a negative for me. But the ending worked out. It was kind of smooth. It would have been smoother if we had a better battle quest, but chasing pirates in the middle of the Atlantic and southern Atlantic sounded awful. If Emmanuel didn't attack me, I very well would have done an adventure quest, because I was so far ahead. But that isn't what happened, so... Alright. We have to close the game. And we have to prepare ourselves for what we are all about to witness. Once I can find the appropriate song, we have a song here for this. As I seem to end up with a song for everything. But here it is. So we go to the full screen camera, and then the song. Pickle enters the screen, dripping. There's a kick. The almighty pickle. I'm gonna leave this in the video. I'm gonna put this in my video. Me eating this pickle because you requested it, Beth. Mm. Mm. Alright. It's not quite as bad as it usually is because I ate one of these yesterday. I wanted a snack before bed. 10-calorie pickle. Kind of felt like a good thing to do. But the more you eat these, the more it dulls the sensations. So you don't get the full kick on the pickles. So I try not to eat them too often. That's the reason why the request is only one per day. That was too big. Good pickle. Thank you very much, Vic. Much appreciated.